All right, we're going to call the meeting to order at 7:02. City Secretary, do we have a quorum?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we're going to start off with prayer and pledge by resident former City Council member Curtis Haverty.
Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of this day and the opportunity to gather in service to our community. Remind us about our special freedoms that most every other person in the world would love to have. May our discussions be guided by respect. Let us approach each decision with a focus on creating a better future for all residents of our city. We ask this in your holy name. Amen. Amen. Please face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, my apologies. So moving on to item C, conduct a public hearing for the purpose of receiving oral comments from any interested persons concerning the adoption or reauthorization of fees charged for the review, permitting, inspection, or related services for construction, renovation, or remodeling of residential and commercial structures within the city. This is a required public meeting. There's an agenda item later where we'll talk about it. Does anyone wish to speak on the public meeting in regards to these fees? Jim Fields.
Mayor, City Council, Jim Fields, 16413 St. Helier. I was told this, just want to confirm it. Is it true that if you're going to install a emergency generator on your property, you have to pay a $300 fee for that? That's all my question. Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else wish to speak? No other persons. I'm going to close the public hearing and we can talk about generators at the item. Move on to citizen comments. Citizens who have signed a card and wish to speak to City Council will be heard this time. Each citizen is limited to 5 minutes, and the first is Dennis Peterson.
Council and Mayor, thank you. Good evening. I don't know how long this is going to take, but I don't know if you realize the Texans are playing tonight now. So let's keep that in mind as we go forward. I'm Dennis Peterson, 16522 Cornwall, 44-year resident of Jersey Village, and so I have a little bit of history. And I'd like to discuss two things tonight. First is the pool and the pool design. I think the $6.5 million pool bond is about twice as much as the city needs to replace a simple pool that you broke up and filled with dirt. What I want here tonight is to talk about the contracting with the consultant, Brandstadler Carroll, for designing a new pool. I'm sure they're a fine firm, but it begs the question, is that really necessary? With 8 million residents in the region, we couldn't find a qualified firm locally for a municipal pool. This is not Olympic time trials pool. This is a community pool. The first firm you hired was from Missouri. Now you're looking at hiring a firm that is a project principal in Kentucky, structural engineer in Dallas, and I'm not sure where the rest of the sub-consultings are coming from. Now, every community meeting, project meeting, construction inspection cost for out-of-towners cost days versus hours for local. It's not like they can pop over to resolve an issue. You know, JV even has a department dedicated to building the local economy, and yet we go out of town, out of the area, out of the region to find a design firm. I just don't think that's right. I think there ought to be points in the matrices for local to better serve the community. I'm sure we talk about the design matrix, and as you understand, a design matrix is very subjective, very subjective. You can make it say anything you want. And I question how they scored so high versus any local firm. Second, the city campus. I'd like to propose the same question for dumping $21.6 million renovation dollars into a decades-old building. Is that really necessary? We need a new city complex, no question. We don't need what you're proposing. I haven't been privy to the alternatives considered, but to the casual observer, which is me, it looks like the opportunity to buy the property arose and the city jumped on it, and now you're continuing down that path, whether it was a mistake or not. Perhaps it's because our former mayor told us all that selling the property south of 290 would pay for the land purchase and the renovations. So he only missed by about $20 million by my count. This is very reminiscent of the boondoggle with a property south of 290 that has unnecessarily cost the city tens of millions of dollars. I beg the council to properly consider alternatives to renovating the old church property. The renovation costs you propose result in a project cost of about $800 per square foot. New construction can be done for about $400 a square foot. Buying an existing and available office building on Dillard Drive is less than $260 a square foot. I'll mention that was even suggested by a council member during one of the last meetings, and he couldn't even get a second to consider it as an alternative. How about the new 13,000 square foot community impact building? Nice building. It was done for less than $5 million. There are alternatives. The only argument I hear from the staff and council is that the cost of construction is rising and delaying will cost us more. With that logic, you should have the maintenance department rush out and buy a lifetime supply of toilet paper because its price is going up. I guarantee it. If we can accomplish our objectives for 70 to 80% less cost, I recommend we pursue them. And lastly, since I have a few seconds, Mayor, let me address your newsletter. Yes, indeed, we do need community space, but not space larger than 7 houses. If there's an instance where there's 7 to 8 organizations requesting space for 20-plus people at the same time, I will gladly retract my statement. Thank you.
Jim Fields.
Good evening again. Jim Fields. I live at 16113 St. Helier. And I want to say thanks for repairing the entrance to Jersey Village on West Road, Highway 290. I think first impressions are lasting impressions, and it's good for our businesses and residences. And also patch the pothole on Castle Bridge behind Lone Star Chevrolet. But I don't think there's only so much asphalt we're going to put in there. We need to really fix it. Okay, recommendations. Please move item 7 from the consent agenda to a regular agenda, please. And Parks and Recs. The company Branstetter Carroll LLC, and correct me if I'm wrong here, it popped up that it is based in Cincinnati, Ohio, and did not have a BBB rating, which I'm surprised if we're doing something this big, $6.5 million. I contacted 2 local companies, and they were interested in the design of the pool. And they are BBB Plus accredited. They're right here. Moving on, city-held events should be no cost to residents as we pay taxes for these events. Outsource the maintenance of the medians. West Parks and Recs doing the work. I even saw one of the supervisors out there gets paid a handsome sum, over $100,000 to take care of it. So anyway, I think there's better use of personnel. Who is Andrew in the Parks and Recs report? I think it should have the last name, know who it is. Golf course. All costs for the golf course should be included. For example, Department 72, equipment replacement, grounds maintenance equipment, golf course budgeted for $220,000 was absent in what I had studied. Also, I found no reference to the cost of water used for irrigation. I'm sure that's a pretty penny. Also, one really weird thing, if anybody's looked at the budget, golf course fund surplus, this is Fund 11, is 1,665.15% increase. If you can do that, I want somebody to manage my IRA. Public Works, entrance to West and Highway 290 in Eldridge need gardening. 2 street lights on the 24 hours on Pleasant Colony, they're still lit. Repair the street sinking on Castle Bridge between Park and Ride and Sam's. It's getting really bad. You have to slow down, go over it. Replace 2 missing signs on Castle Bridge. One was no parking on this side of the road. Another was a sign warned about a bridge abutment. Always signs missing on the corner of Rio Grande and Village Drive. That's been over a year since we reported that. Street center lines need to be repainted on Village Drive. Concerns. The most important asset of the city is the residential and commercial properties. The city should ensure all codes are enforced and enhance the residential and commercial property values. This is a win-win for the city's revenues and the property owners. Junk vehicles. I reported that there are some problems on Jersey Drive. It looks like nothing was what I stated. Nobody took any action. Why? I asked the code enforcement. She knew nothing about it. So please, we should take care of these things. And I want to say, Liz, the last time I'm going to mention, Energized Engines is in violation according to the codes that are written. They drove a forklift down the street a couple of weeks ago. I don't think that's going to help property values in any way. But here are the violations. 1, materials, goods, and supplies, equipment are not allowed. Okay. The other one is they should not generate a nuisance such as traffic, on-street parking, noise, electrical interference, or hazards. Last one is the home occupation shall not use employees who do not reside on the premises. I've reported it to you, and it's up to you to investigate and to enforce it. If it's not enforced, you're opening up, hell's gates here. You're going to allow anybody, any commercial business, to operate in a residential area. One last thing, Council Member Wasson, he said, I am aware of the occurrences at 16225 St. Helier. Another resident sent their complaint to me. I have worked with the city manager, asked them to help support the municipal prosecutor rectifying any wrongdoing. So I haven't heard any update from that councilman. If you can, get back with me. Thank you very much.
And next is Susan Edwards.
I'm Susan Edwards, 16001 Jersey Drive. You see how well I'm hearing back there because I didn't hear you call my name.
I didn't talk loud enough, sorry.
Okay. Because I had heard what other people said. And I will say that I haven't seen and or spoken with Dennis Peterson in quite a while, but I do agree with everything that he came up and talked about earlier. I only have 3 things I wanted to say. One of them is that with the church property over here, when we had the pool bond committee going, we did have a tour of the pool and the buildings over there for all of the public to come up and see. And I thought that maybe it might be a good idea if you had an opportunity to open up for someone to give a tour of the church property so that the residents could see what y'all have planned and explain why some of those things need to be done. Because I've been here for a long, long time, worked in some of those buildings, but I'm not real clear. I've looked at the blueprint of what y'all have planned, but I still have questions about really which building is this and that and what it is, what are y'all doing and what was there before. And so it might help the residents to understand what it is y'all have in mind. Another thing is that with this $6.5 million, I realize that part of that includes a contingency price for the pool. But maybe it'd be nice to think about heating it and putting a retractable cover over it so that we could get more use out of it. And the other question that I have is, what is going to happen to this Civic Center and offices property once the church property, if and when the church property is renovated? Because obviously, if it's empty, something's going to have to be done with that, and that's going to, even if it sits here empty, it's going to cost us money. And if otherwise, if is it going to be torn down? Are we going to do something else with this property? So we're talking more money again. So I think we're all wondering what is going to happen to it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. I think I'm a little bit limited because it's the Open Meetings Act. I can't share my opinion of what we would do with these buildings. So there's not a current developed plan among council. I've actually had people interested in it, but there's no current plan. I guess I have to limit my comment to that. But next is Melanie Killen.
Good evening, Melanie Killian, 15715 Jersey Drive. Mayor, Council, I would like to briefly address comments about my brother and sister-in-law's home-based business, also known as Energized Engines, because it keeps being brought up. First, I want to state clearly that the business is fully compliant with the City of Jersey Village regulations. I have confirmed with this with the city manager and other departments, and we continue to operate within all guidelines. Second, the business contributes positively to the community. The business pays sales tax, we follow the rules, and we take care to ensure the operations do not create nuances within the neighborhood. Unfortunately, some inaccurate claims have been made publicly and on social media suggesting otherwise. We respectfully ask that the record reflect the facts. We are operating legally, responsibly, and in line with the city requirements. We value our community and want to remain a good neighbor, and I trust that any future concerns will be addressed through proper city channels. If anyone has any questions, they are welcome to ask me, my brother, my sister-in-law. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Joe Hewitt.
Hello, my name is Joe Hewitt, 15917 Lakeview Drive, President of Jersey Village Senior Outreach. First, I want to express deep gratitude to the city for ongoing support of JVSO. We are an all-volunteer run nonprofit organization for residents 55 and older, helping them to stay active, engaged, connected here in Jersey Village. We are proud to be part of a national village-to-village network, a movement of over 280 villages nationwide, of which we are only one of 4 in Texas. Today, we have 250 members across 170 households, and our numbers continue to grow even as people naturally transition with age, health, and relocation. Last year alone, JVSO offered 332 programs with more than 4,500 participants with nearly 9,000 hours of engagement, all made possibly entirely by volunteers. That speaks volumes of the dedication of our volunteers, our members, and the support of the city. I also want to acknowledge that a few of our city council members have taken the time to speak with me and our program coordinators about the upcoming bond, We are grateful for their willingness to share their time and insights with us. As one council member reminds me, I am here representing the people. That spirit of service and collaboration is exactly what progress is needed here. With the upcoming bond and an uncertainty about the City Hall campus being renovated or not, it is critical that we think carefully about the role of the community gathering spaces in Jersey Village, not just for our seniors, but for everyone. Organizations like Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, civic clubs, parks and recreation activities, and many others, present and future, all need to be considered for having places to meet. Other neighbors in other cities nearby, including Tomball, West University, Bel Air, Kingwood, the Woodlands, and Memorial, have invested in their community centers and shared spaces to serve their residents of all ages. These facilities build cohesiveness, strength, civic pride, and even raise property values because people want to live in cities where neighbors have the ability to connect. Jersey Village has a unique opportunity to do the same, to ensure that the residents, whether they're young families, busy professionals, active seniors, always have a place to gather. Thank you again for your time, your partnership, and commitment to Jersey Village. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. I'm
Thank you,
always too
Joe.
close to this thing.
Very much appreciate JVSO and are here to support it. And last, Kimberly Hanau.
My name is Kimberly Hanau, and I live at 15601 Singapore Lane. As my 48th installment, from 1938 to 1948, Clark Henry ran the F&M Jersey Ranch, where people from the surrounding areas were invited on Sundays to attend dairy farming functions, hear live music, watch the making of ice cream, and see the Jersey cows. This was not just smart marketing, but made his ranch a destination for community members to share in the learning experiences while making new friends. Mayor Singleton's September newsletter asked to recall why you moved to and stayed living in Jersey Village. I know that I was finally ready for a solid house with a big yard, huge trees, and sidewalks. But the unexpected gift was the community that showed up to help others during the Uri Arctic freeze that occurred during the first year of COVID-19 pandemic. Neighbors donated their food, tools, time, and comfort during that freezing cold week. Now, almost 5 years later, Eric and I know that community engagement makes Jersey Village such a special place to live, work, and to help grow for current and future residents to appreciate. Having a local gathering spot can be many different kinds of venues: restaurants, bars, playgrounds, churches, libraries, schools, or even the neighbor's backyard. But how many people are going to just show up at a location where they don't know anyone? Do they need to dress up? What if they don't drink? What if they want something to keep their hands busy? And what if they need to bring along children of various ages? What if it is a hot, humid day and the last place you want to be is outside? Besides Clark Henry turning the F&M Jersey Ranch into a suburban oasis of homes on large lots, he also donated land to build the Jersey Village Baptist Church, which in turn grew with additional buildings that we had the opportunity to purchase as the new city campus. Not just for City Hall, City Court, and city meetings, but also for the community of citizens to gather together for socializing, learning, helping, and improving. Community centers provide gathering spaces to host events, workshops, and activities that foster social connections such as health, well-being, education, cultural exchange, and emergency response. A community hub for meetings and celebrations, social interaction to reduce isolation, increase economic impact by attracting visitors, as well as historical and cultural preservation for the ranch, such as the ranch for Jersey cows. Community centers play a crucial role in promoting the well-being of neighborhoods by providing a wide range of resources, services, and activities for residents of all ages. Social connection and engagement, fostering a sense of unity and belonging. Perks include physical fitness, playing pickleball, skill building, learning how to sew, and empower youth with mentorship and supervision as they grow into adults. Several years ago, a small town benefited from an unintended creative placemaking event. Animate public and private spaces, rejuvenate structures, improve local businesses' viability and public safety, and bring people together to celebrate, inspire, and be inspired. From their endeavor, co-director Matt Faulkner said, almost immediately as soon as we started launching these events, we noticed that the tone of our community went from whining to positivity. For Jersey Village, the benefit similarly from the City Campus Community Center would be a moozing. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Thank you. That completes citizen comments. Moving on to the city manager's report, which we have talked a couple times over the years. You asked not long ago, well, a little bit ago, about, hey, what do we want in this? And I reviewed it in a lot of detail this week, and the quality of the report has greatly increased over the last couple of years. We were asked if we wanted things to be included, and I would say that as I looked through the report this month, today's report is not only comprehensive and informative, but it's now more pleasing to the eye and easier to read. And so on that note, I'm glad we were able to offer an existing employee a way to improve their career but stay in the city. And so, Chris Rimmer, thank you for doing the monthly meter readings in just 2 days.
Happy to answer any other questions anybody might have.
I was curious if Assistant Fire Chief Daly had anything he wanted to add.
I'll defer to the city manager.
All right, then we're going to move to the consent agenda. Items F4, F5, and F6 are already being pulled. Does anybody have any other items they want to remove from the consent agenda?
Is F7 being moved?
Sorry, correction. F5, F6, F7. I had the wrong ones circled.
Nothing else to add except that with respect to item F2, the work on the investment policy and strategy for the city, I just wanted to compliment the Director of Finance on very, very good work in putting those documents together.
That anything else? We can make a motion?
Councilmember Mitchum's just asking, should we have somebody officially asked to remove those items? Or are you just,
I already got it in an email, and I can pull an item wherever. So,
Got it.
Yeah, I think we're good.
So do we not need to make a motion to pass the consent agenda then?
No, we do need a motion to pass the consent agenda.
Okay, I'll make a motion to pass the consent agenda, removing the 3 items to the regular agenda.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor? And motion passes unanimously. All right, we're going to move to the consent agenda item F4, F5. Consider ordinance 2025-32 dissolving the Village Center Local Government Corporation. Austin Blease.
Mayor, councilors, the local government corporation, the LGC, it's kind of like a governmental version of an LLC. was created back in 2019 to help us facilitate the development of the land on the other side of US 290. Now that that land's being sold for other purposes, the purpose of the LGC is no longer necessary, so this ordinance would dissolve the LGC.
Did the LGC ever acquire any land or incur any expense?
No.
I don't think there's any other comments. Does anybody have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2025-32.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving on to item F6, related to TERS 2 and dissolving TERS 2.
Mayor and Council, for the same reason this TERS was put in place for promoting the development, with land being sold for industrial uses and other things, the development's not going to happen, so this ordinance would dissolve TERS 2.
On TERS 2, what happened to what is the net effect of the earmarking the property tax increases? Has that positively or negatively affected the city's finances or commitments as a result of having the TERS 2 and now dissolving it?
There's never been any revenue captured in TERS 2, so it's had no negative impact at all. So dissolving it just would make sure that in the future, any property value increases, those taxes will go to the general fund rather to the TERS.
During the term of the TERS 2, I know that the city purchased a good portion of the property that was in the TERS 2. So during the term of the TERS 2, was there any property taxes that were not collected or not received by the city as a result of solely of the TERS 2?
No, not because of the TERS.
So this is just reducing the administrative burden.
Right, because we still have, and whenever the TERS is active, even with LGC, if that's active, we still have to do annual reports and those types of things. They're not active. They're not going to do anything. Let's get rid of them.
It's a very sad day.
It's just closing it out and moving anything back to general fund.
Yep.
All right. Well, then I will make a motion to approve ordinance 2025-31.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Before I was going to make a comment earlier, there was a comment that we spent tens of millions on this land. That is, I'm not going to waste time explaining why that is just incredibly inaccurate. We did not spend anywhere near tens of millions on the land. We purchased the land, and there was small administrative costs, but nowhere near that dollar amount. And right now, today in this meeting, we'll be selling portions, and we're going to make money off of this investment. So moving on, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving the ordinance? Motion passes. And then moving to the consent agenda F7, consider resolution 2025-62 relating to certain property within the city's ETJ. Awesome. I'll let you lay this one out.
Yeah, Mayor and Councilors, a couple of years ago, the state passed a law where landowners could petition to be released from a city's ETJ if they wanted to. We've received one petition. That petition is valid. By state law, we cannot stop this from happening. That law is being challenged in court, so the resolution tonight would simply state that the petition is received and valid, and it is valid. And then by state law, the land will be released from our ETJ at the end of the time frame. If that law gets overturned in the court system, then we'll cross that bridge when we get there with this piece of land. But that's what this resolution here today is. It just simply says that we've received the petition and it's valid, and state law will do its course.
Is the land in question, is it at the very outside of the ETJ, or is it an island in the middle of the ETJ?
It abuts the border of the ETJ, so we would just have a little notch out of the ETJ. Thank you.
Okay, and I know I understand that you can't predict what necessarily would happen in the future, but is this, just in your opinion, is this a one-off, or is this something that you would see potentially other landowners trying to do this process?
We're a little more unique than a lot of cities. Some cities I've seen a lot of this happen. We haven't. I don't know what other landowners will want to do. I know the main thing is just the platting requirements and stuff. If they want to subdivide or replat their property, it's a little bit easier if you're not in an ETJ. So I think that might be what's going on here, but I really have no idea. But I think that would kind of drive it in the future as to what the landowners are looking to do with their land in the future.
Thank you.
Austin, what city services are provided in the ETJ? Is this going to affect, well, first off, are there any city services?
So we don't have any city services. I'd let the city attorney speak to the fact of whether or not we have to provide any services like fire, EMS, to those types of things in the ETJ, or what this property specifically.
Because we're currently not, there's no taxes, there's no income. This is not going to change any of that. This just really removes our ability to oversee any platting. But if we're currently providing services to this location at no charge, if they leave the ETJ, is that going to change us? Are we going to have to continue spending money to provide services?
I mean, I think it's worth looking at the ordinance, if the ordinance is specific to whether you're providing any services outside the ETJ. Some cities have provisions where they can provide services for entities that are outside, some explicitly limited to in-city limits, some limited to ETJ. Fire, EMS tends to be not as... it doesn't follow the city maps as closely as other services because of different districts and everything like that. But yeah.
I don't think we have an ordinance that talks about city services outside the city. It makes sense that others have them. I've never run across one here. Maybe that's something. I just thought as this comes up, food for thought is we are currently providing services at no charge, and now there's no chance they'll ever become part of the city, so we're going to continue to provide services at no charge, and how that affects our long-term survivability as a city. And we've had conversations of we need economic development, we need to generate more sales tax, and that was the goal in TERS 2, and now that has ended. Where else is that going to happen? But when you're trying to balance a budget, it's not only can you make more money, it's can you cut expenses.
Yeah, I mean, what I've seen recently in terms of like the cities that have, and Austin's right, there are certain cities that have had this ETJ release bill was mass exodus. I have other cities that they thought it was going to be mass exodus, and they've actually got more applications to come into the ETJ. Sometimes it's getting out of one to go into another is the issue. Ultimately, services are the carrot that keeps and attracts. And so if they're already getting it, obviously it's going to depend on the service, but I think you can do the ordinance too.
If we can't stop them from leaving, can a property owner elect to leave an ETJ to join another ETJ?
So I would love to have a definitive answer. I think yes. I think you can absolutely remove from one and petition to go into another.
So
because of this statute. But that the issue is, well, then what's the point of the ETJ swap statute? Because there's a specific statute about exchanging ETJ areas. And if that's the case, how does this play with that? It seems it completely, or at least partially, removes the need for that.
So in sports, that would be a free agent versus a trade.
Yeah.
Can we just say no?
You can, but it will probably still be released anyway. It'll just be released as a matter of law.
To Mayor Singleton's point, and I don't think it's a problem now, but we should, as a city government, be aware of if there becomes habitual exodus. We should consider legislation on who gets services or who won't get, and how we can do that.
Well, do we need to, if we wanted research into that and to figure out where we would stand in that area, do we need to issue a directive or a request for that to be done? I mean, to me, that seems like something that's worth finding out, because as we all know, emergency services, other city services are not cheap. And I would not like to give them away for free, especially for people that don't have an interest of belonging.
They're not. There's 1 and 2. Does any other council member have an interest in researching this further? It's going to take up some of Austin's time, city attorney's time.
Wouldn't it be the city attorney who would be looking into this?
I would think that would be city attorney.
Okay.
Personally, my assumption on that. I'm saying from the standpoint, if this is something that has potential to further affect us, then I think that's worth finding out where we would stand from a legal perspective.
Because...
Or I'll just vote no.
Because of developmental control, or...
There is some control having the ETJ, but not much.
Essentially, you're limited to subdivision regulations. It's definitely, it's not the full scope. It's platting and subdivision regulations. It's, I believe, discharging firearms. For what it's worth, that was actually my big annoyance with the ETJ release bill, is that, it worked out to where there's someone in one city I work with released. Now they can shoot guns off on their little bitty square of property right next to a neighborhood in the city, other neighborhood in the ETJ.
Yep. Because Olson and Olson and Tommy do work for council, but typically everything goes to the city manager, so I thought it would take some of Austin's time. I've previously had conversations about this and just wanted to bring it to a more public light, so we'll look into it more. I think that's fine. On this item, Resolution 2025-62, we do not have to take any action, so I think we've finished discussion for it. If someone would like to make a motion and second, we can take a vote, or we can take no action.
Just to clarify, if we take no action, it's going to happen anyway.
No matter what you vote, this is happening.
Then c'est la vie.
All right, we're going to move on to the regular agenda. Item G1, discuss and take appropriate action on Ordinance 2025-30 related to permitting, inspection, construction-related services. Jennifer Brown.
Thank you. So Ordinance 2025-30 is a wholesale update of the city's fee ordinance. And as part of the annual budget process, we reviewed our fees for various services. It has been about 2 years, I think, since that ordinance has been updated. And as you're all aware, the cost of city services increases annually. And we should update our fee schedule to, one, help diversify our revenue streams, and two, ensure that we're recovering some of the cost of services in some cases. And so particularly where we have limitations on our property tax revenues, as we discussed on Saturday, it is important for us to have our other revenue streams keep up, and so we don't become more dependent on property taxes. So the CPI, since the last time the fee schedule was updated, the CPI has increased about 6%. So that was the overall increase that we used to build in the increase to the fees. For each individual fee, and the ordinance I think is about 17 or 18 pages long, for each fee Went in and calculated what that 6% increase would look like, and then for ease of administration, rounded either to the nearest $0.25 or the nearest nickel, depending on how large the fee is. I mean, obviously, for a 25-cent unit fee, you're not going to increase it 25%, or 25 cents. We also removed from the fee schedule fees related to the swimming pool. Doesn't make sense to have swimming pool fees when we don't have a swimming pool. We also removed the annual sign permit fees at the recommendation of the Community Development Department. All of the departments reviewed their respective fees, and we incorporated any of their feedback into the final recommended structure. The biggest change probably is within the fire code permit and fire inspection fees. We are recommending that those be adjusted more in line with neighboring cities and with the Harris County Fire Marshal offices. And so, for example, where we previously had a flat fee for inspections, and there's a large range of variable sizing of the different types of inspections that the Fire Marshal's office does, we've added some additional levels of fees to better reflect the impact to the workload on staff, and then adding over a certain amount, an additional fee per foot of fire line, so that if you have a really long fire line, obviously it's going to take twice as long to inspect the fire line if it's 100 feet versus 50 feet, just to simplify that example. Then additionally, we added a per flow point fee on top of the base permit fee for a commercial cooking extinguishing system permit and inspection, and we added a third tier for construction inspections that would cover buildings over 10,000 square feet because they were paying the same permit as a smaller building. We also broke out operational permits based on the material or the events or the materials that are being permitted to better reflect the amount of time that the fire marshal was required to inspect the operation. Previously, the certificate of compliance fee was covered under Chapter 30, Section 3036. We've, for consistency, incorporated that into this section where all the other fees are, and then made a reference back in 3036. The budget that you approved at the last meeting reflects the revenues associated with these fee increases. And as at the beginning of the meeting, we held the required public hearing for the review, permitting, inspection related fees. And at this time, staff recommends approval of ordinance 2025-30. And I would be happy to take any questions.
Jennifer, thank you for the explanation. Good summary. Regarding fees, I know that they went up 6% roughly because of the consumer price index. And the last time we reviewed these, I remember reviewing these, I guess it was 2 years ago. Are they in line with the actual cost of performing the services? Obviously, it's not necessarily a profit center by any means, but just want to make sure that they're in line with, tangibly at least, of the actual amount, the cost of the work involved in providing those fees.
Without doing a full-blown fee study, it's hard to answer that. In most cases, we're not recovering the cost of what we provide in services. We're just covering a portion of it, and obviously property taxes and sales taxes are going to fund a portion of it, especially for services that basically serve the greater good. Building permits, we're not covering the full cost of those services, but as a whole, issuing building permits, benefits the general public by making sure that our buildings are safe. So it's a balance between the two. If we needed to recover the full cost of service, we would probably price ourselves out of a lot of services.
I wanted to point out that for $300, you can permit your own rooftop helipad. That's in there. And I'm finding myself very curious now.
I don't believe you could do that at your home. I think there's zoning restrictions against that.
Well, there's also a variance fee. I can apply
But
for a
there's a permit
variance.
for it. And 300
And there is a permit.
Also 300 for the generator. Is that what I heard earlier?
I haven't even gotten. I didn't see that in there. Organic coatings are $300, whatever that is.
Are you saying we can own a helicopter? Just kidding. Jennifer, so although you didn't have the analytics specifically for that, it does seem like it's very comparable to neighboring cities from your report?
Yes, in most cases we looked at what neighboring cities charge, and I'm pretty familiar with the fees as I worked on those quite a bit in my previous role. So the major one that we really thought we needed to bring our fees up to be more in line is on the fire marshal and fire inspection side.
Thank you.
I've done a couple of these, and it's very difficult to. One, you're probably always going to lose a little. The fire marshals, the county fire marshal's office did a very comprehensive study once, and it was a massive undertaking to really understand what goes into a single inspection and the costs involved, especially when you start entertaining the concept of he needs a printer. He had to have training for this. There was travel. There was a hotel for that travel. There was you really you're going to lose money no matter what, and they're very difficult to handle some nuanced situations. I've had one or two residents come talk to me about, hey, this permit, because y'all charge a ridiculous amount for this, you just can't set up a fee structure that works for everything. And there are going to be times where your project unfortunately did cost more than you were expecting. That's just the nature of the beast. There's no way to do it where it is exactly perfect. Anybody have a motion? Ordinance 30.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2025-59. I'm sorry, 2025-30.
I'll second it.
Motion is second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving on to regular agenda item number 2, discuss take appropriate action on resolution 2025-59 for another grant application for illegal dumping. Anybody that's not aware, we've had some significant issues with illegal dumping.
So, Mayor, Councilors, this grant would be for $90,000 with a $10,000 local match, $100,000 project budget total. We would work to get 6 solar-powered pole-mounted PTZ cameras and 1 mobile trailer-mounted camera. All these cameras would integrate into our Flock system. Grants due next month. Anticipated awards are early 2026, and then we would implement based after that point in time. We do have some hot spots for illegal dumping. We had some dumping last week, I believe it was, and the CID found who it was, and they came back and cleaned it all up. But these cameras would definitely help us keep an eye on a lot of these things.
Is there a cost to the city?
That $10,000 local match?
That's what I was just making sure. Okay.
Assistant Fire Marshal Daly, do you have any concerns with this project?
No, sir, and I'll also defer to the city manager.
I think Chief Keel, did you have something you wanted to add?
I just want to recognize that the police department did an outstanding job with the CID, like the city manager stated, and having them clean this area up. And I think that the cameras would be very helpful and useful, not only for this tool but for other things as well.
So I do have a question on what we get the grant or don't, but we end up getting the cameras anyway, whenever, however. What's the plan are we going to have someone constantly monitoring them? Would we get an alert if there's motion? How would that work, at least at a high level?
Yeah, so they integrate into our flock system, just like we would get alerts now, and then we would have a live feed that's almost like a real-time crime center set up inside of dispatch and then also inside of the patrol officer's car, and so it's being monitored as a live feed 24/7, 365.
Thank you, Chief.
I'll say it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. I love the flock system. I love the grant acquisition. I can speak for days about the amount that Jersey Village does for grants, and surrounding cities do not have the same investment that we do. So this makes me so happy for our city that we can continue year after year finding new things that are very different, and finding a problem that was just, I don't even know how many sessions ago, where we as a community went and gathered all of the mattresses with like 5 dads in a truck, and it was a problem. And now, how many months later, we've got a grant for $100,000 to make this never a problem in our city. So I think it shows that we do listen, and the things that we do, even if we can't solve that one, mattresses being dumped at the gas station in that moment as a problem, we are doing things in the future that prevent that same situation from occurring again. And so kudos.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2025-59.
I second the motion.
A motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving on to regular agenda item 3, discuss take appropriate action, Resolution 2025-61, authorizing city manager to execute a contract with Brad Steeder Carroll. Yeah, I should have practiced that one. So for anyone just to be aware, it was almost 5 years ago that we started noticing structural issues with the pool. This was brought to a public meeting in May 2023. There was a bond proposed in 2023, which failed. The city created a bond committee in which we reviewed the project, and citizens picked a design firm, and then another bond was proposed, which had failed. And just recently, we went through a formal request for qualification process that is required by the state of Texas for design services such as this. And the top qualified firm was selected, and now we are negotiated with a contract, and we're going to turn it over to Austin Blease.
Mayor, thank you. So the contract here that is before us tonight would have a total contract cost of $405,000. That is down. We negotiated down from the 9%, $486,000 to 7.5%. It's important to note that concept fee is 3%, $12,150. That is what we would expect to pay over the next 6 weeks till approximately November 1st. After that is when the rest of the work would start. So we would take a pause at November 1st and wait to see what the bond election results are. If the results are favorable, and we'll continue on. If they aren't, we would stop. So the schedule right now is public engagement from here through October. Design, construction would start July of 26. The construction completion would be May of 27. Council has the contract before you. If council wants to move forward with this, if we can. If council would rather wait until after the November election results, they can choose to do that as well.
I just wanted to make sure and clarify that approving this puts us on the hook for $12,150 and that amount only.
Correct. If there's the out clause of if the bond fails, we're out.
Correct. I just wanted to make sure that was stated out loud.
$12,150.
According to the timeline in the agenda packet, I think it was in the packet, maybe it was in their proposal, it looked like if things go according to that, if construction could end by spring, if not May-ish of 2027, if we start today. I know there's people say, well, why do anything if the bond doesn't pass? but that would then mean it would be July, if not August of 2027 before it would open.
Right. And we could probably get some of these timelines shrunk down just a little bit, but you might not hit the May 1st, 27, but you might be able to still hit the June. It just kind of, we'd have to hustle a little bit more on some of these designs, and it depends on how much feedback and that type of thing we want to take from the residents. If we want to roll with the concept that we've had before, that would save some time as well.
I think to save, assuming if the pool gets financed, to save a summer of swim, it's worth $12,000 now.
I agree. I also think the fact that this allows for more community engagement before the vote, that makes more sense.
I don't know how much I can say, but if the pool bond proposal does not pass, yeah, it's only $12,000, but that doesn't include the work that staff is doing to prepare for all of this. And so that's what I'm taking into consideration as well. And $12,000 is not a lot, I agree, but I feel like in the past, the city has started on projects, things didn't go the way they were supposed to, and then, then we're back to square one.
I totally understand, but at the same time, I don't want to choose not to do things and not try to move forward out of fear of what could happen. I think choosing not to do anything kind of makes it seem like it's a lot, like it's something that we're not really interested in.
No, I see that point. I wouldn't say out of fear. It's more of just, Austin, you said it was a couple, 6 weeks?
Yeah, six weeks is when we would, about 6 weeks, 7 weeks is when we would know the bond election. If we don't take any action on this tonight, we would have to bring it back in November. Council could approve it contingent upon the bond election passing on November 4th if they wanted to as well, I suppose. So shrink a timetable by about 2 weeks, or we can wait until November. A couple of different options for council.
I don't mind the subject to vote. That's fine. I don't mind that. I do see your point too. I'm just sort of bringing the other side of it into it.
I have a question. Does anyone on council see any reason to continue design services if the bond fails?
That's $1 million question right there.
No,
Sorry.
Honestly, my thought would be if the bond fails, then that means people are not willing to spend the money for a pool, which means then design services or design at all would stop until there was cash reserves, and there are bigger fish to fry before that.
I agree with that.
On that note, because if people are afraid that $6.5 million is too much for a pool,
well, it's up to.
Up to. But let's say we use the max amount. I don't anticipate we will, because we're already saving anticipated costs on the fees, and I would assume other things will follow suit. But with that, cost per square foot of a swimming pool in 2014, $180. 2020, $250 to $300. 2022, $350 to $400. May of 2024, $400 to $450. And if you add inflation at a 3 to 5 to 7% clip, that will continue to go up and up and up. And so it's something to be aware of, that if third time's a charm, maybe it's not, but 3 strikes and you're out, I guess, is another rule of 3. And so
you're saying at the end of this, if it fails and we get to a spot, the same amount of money will just get us the baby pool?
Oh, yeah, exactly. You just keep pushing it down and it keeps going and going and going. It's just, then it becomes redundant.
Can I, since this was in our packet, I can talk about it, right? Can you remind me why 5.4 is the number that you have in there, but the on the ballot it's 6.5.
Right. So when we went out for RFQ, we asked for prices of between 4 and 6 million. And Branstad Carroll, they're the ones that took the 6 million and backed out the fees that are typically there, so they came up with a 5.4 for the construction costs. Also, the bond language is up to 6.5 million because if we have issuance costs and those types of things, you need a little bit of wiggle room. Otherwise, you have to pay cash out on hand for that.
So when you say issuance costs, I want to make sure everybody understands that is fees related to bonding.
Right, like closing costs.
Right, closing costs.
I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page with that, understanding what that means.
I just wanted a little reminder.
And generally in these cost forecasts, there's a escalation allowance, which means allow for inflation, and contingency, as we refer to, of 10 million roughly. So I'm not 10 million. Wow. Whoa, 10%. For the record, I said 10% contingency.
Well, and we actually budgeted $19,000 for this, correct?
I'm pretty sure that was the number, yeah.
Well, in all seriousness, I appreciate the timeline. I appreciate the incorporation of citizens again in this journey. No matter how many times this has failed in the past, I still think it's important to continue citizen input. So I really do hope that third time's the charm for this one, and when we do get something passed that we can build and be proud of.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2025-61.
And I will second that, Jen.
A motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Now moving on to mayor and council comments. I think Saturday we started with Jen, so we'll start with Michelle.
Hello. Well, I'm looking forward for the first cold front and for me to install my 12-foot skeleton out in the front of my yard. I know that's not very important, but it's a little bit important for my kids. I would say I am proud of the direction that we're heading. The grants for the flock cameras, the baby steps back into the pool at the overwhelming request of the citizens. I really think all these little things add up to a stronger community, and I'm really ready. So I'm ready to buckle up and see what the rest of this year has to offer. A couple months, and then we get colder weather.
Simon?
Just want to thank the residents who came out to observe City Council and the ones watching from home, taking your time to keep tuned in on what's going on.
Drew?
I concur with what Simon said. I mean, after all, there's a football game on tonight, and you're choosing to participate with us. So thank you so much. Speaking of football, Jersey Village High School homecoming is next week. So the parade will be next Monday. So for those of you who like candy and those of you who want to avoid traffic, keep that in mind. So on and so forth. The game is actually next Thursday. Due to a whole bunch of scheduling issues, it's in September and not October as it generally is. Another thing, we've had community and community spaces and everything mentioned. One of the great things about Jersey Village is that we are a community. I mean, we are 8,000 people strong, and it feels a lot of times like family. Sometimes we fight like family, but usually we celebrate each other like family. So leaning towards a positive. Literally, it does sometimes take a village. And so I want to remind you that there's an app, and on the on the Public Works website, there's also the same thing as an app. So if you see something, say something. Take a picture of something that needs improvement, and it will go and get reported to the right people who can do something about it and respond to you. So keep that in mind. And the app's just handy anyway. So,
Connie.
I second what Simon and Drew said, but especially thank you for those of you who continue to reach out to me and keep an open dialogue. I really appreciate that. So council had a workshop Friday and Saturday, and I wanted to thank the staff members and Ron Cox, who was the presenter, for participating. I thought that we got a lot out of it. And also, Austin and Jennifer, you guys, I asked for something very specific a couple of weeks ago, and you guys jumped on it, and it had to do with just a little bit more information that was put out there, and so it is on the website. I had mentioned it at the last meeting. JV Restaurant Week is this week. National Night Out is coming up October 7th. Second annual Brewfest is October 11th. And September 20th is when the sign up for the Santa program gets started, or it's open for the Santa program. He has friends. Yeah, I'm sorry. What Jennifer Brown and Austin did was on the website under the financial tab where you can view the bond information, like just read about what the bond proposals are about, and there's a tax impact calculator. In there, there's a PDF. There's a link to a PDF if you didn't want to use the bond impact calculator. And in there, I think it only went like 7 years ahead, right? And Jennifer calculated it through the entire life of the bond. So that was something I had requested, and I know that it was a lot of work, so I appreciate that.
Jen. I feel like everybody took my things, so it's fine. A couple things. National Night Out is October 7th, and so get out, meet your neighbors, hang out. I also, completely unrelated to a lot of things here, just like neighborhood shout outs. My neighbor across the street, Laura Briggs, has successfully grown a bird of paradise with 14 blooms on it right now. I'm sure she won't mind at all if people just go in their backyard without even telling her. It's fine. I'm giving you permission, but it is one of the most beautiful plants I've ever seen. I've never seen one bloom like that, and it's quite a achievement there.
Pixar didn't happen.
Huh?
I said Pixar didn't happen. Just send me one.
I will definitely send you guys pictures. It's pretty impressive. Other than that, I just want to remind people to drive safely, and if you have high school age new drivers, please educate them about that stop signs aren't really optional. It's not. I leave for school very early in the morning for where I teach over at Cook Middle School, and the kids that I see sometimes making some poor decisions. I have also seen Jersey Village PD out frequently, which has been great. But just remind them to be safe, especially because it's dark and, fall back is coming. It's just going to be darker. So if you just make those reminders to people when you see them. And that's it.
If your neighbor isn't aware, there's a garden club in JVSO, and another thing that they contribute. Yes, being at the end, everybody's already talked about Oktoberfest and Dueling Piano Night. Go get your tickets for that and stuff that comes up. Restaurant Week, very thankful Centerpoint and Frost Bank for sponsoring that. And there's a lot of cool things. You can go to website and learn about it, but different restaurants are doing different specials. And it's everybody from Pizza Hut to Good Eats and Little Kitchen and just most and all the food trucks at the 290 food court. There's a lot of really good participation. Staff did a good job putting it all together. My teenager's the opposite. I'm sitting in the car like, you are going to get rear-ended. We have stopped enough. She's doing quite well. So with that note, we are going to move on to executive session. We're going to recess the regular session, convene an executive session pursuant to Texas Open Meetings Act, Government Code Sections 551.72, deliberations about real property, 551.071, consultations with attorney, and Section 511.074, personnel matters. We'll be back. reconvening at 12:03. Executive session was closed right at midnight. No official action or vote was taken. Moving on to item agenda L1. No action needed. Actually, we're going to move on to L2. We do have to authorize. Okay. So I thought that one was just direction. L1 executive session item.
So we would need a motion to authorize the city manager to execute the purchase or to negotiate the purchase and sale agreements and execute them as discussed in executive session.
I was going to make that motion as stated.
Okay, I'll second.
Motion by McCray and seconded by Rossi. All those in favor? Motion passes. All right. Moving on to L2 to appoint committee members. And I just need a motion to approve Resolution 2025-64, appointing members to committees.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2025-64, approving all of the, 64. Yeah, 64, approving all of the members as decided in executive session.
And I'll second that motion.
Moved by Mitchum, seconded by Hughes. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving on to L3.
Hold on. I'm so sorry. It looks like it is two resolutions. There is also 65. I think each one was its own.
No,
It should have been one.
Resolution says appointing members of planning and zoning, capital improvements, the board adjustments, building. But this is the number.
This one says 65.
It is Resolution 2025-65. All right. We have to re-vote on 65, or that clerical. She said 64 in her motion, but she meant 65.
I'll correct it to 65.
Okay.
My favorite number.
And then moving to item L3.
6, 7.
Setting the city secretary's compensation for budget year 2025 to 2026.
I move that we set the city secretary's compensation for fiscal year 2025-26 at $130,600.
Second the motion.
Motion is second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving on to item L4, consider setting the city manager's compensation for budget year 2025 to 2026.
I move that we set the city manager's salary for the next year, fiscal year, at $223,000.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor? All those against? Motion passes 4-1. And that is concluded. Our meeting adjourned 12:07.